Is this thing on? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Oh, it seems to be working. Hi. I see a rad. I see a ghost. How are we? Struggle. Give me a second. Okay, good to go. Let's go. Easy peasy. Of course. It's fine. No, it's fine. Oh god. There we go. Not even a problem. It's not even a problem. Why is that not visible? Okay. The preview window up the top will just have to be broken for the stream to know. You're existing and waking up? How am I? Yeah, I'm doing good. I had a really good weekend. Caught up with friends that I haven't in a while. Had a really good time. For a full breakdown as to how my Tasmania adventure went, I have a ton of pictures on the Discord, but we'll do a quick summary. Thank you. I see a good. I do see a ghost. I do. So long story short, went away for 4 days. So left Friday morning, like first thing, crack of dawn, and then arrived not midnight, but like late Monday night. So for the full like extended weekend, if you include a Friday and a Monday. Yeah, get fricked, I guess. And it was really, really, really fun. On the first day, we God, how does time work again? You know what? I have it all chronicled right here. Oh my goodness. I'm a genius. On the first day, that's right, we went to a place called the Mona, which is the Museum of Old and New Art. Back to work, catch up late? Yeah, sure. No stress. Yeah, so let me see if I can spell this out. The Museum of Old and New Art. Just ignore these little ones. The little letters, just ignore them. That's how these things work. So it's just MONA. The Mona. And it was really, really cool. I've got little like snippets of footage on the Discord for some of the dynamic pieces that they showed off. Like there was one where they had pipes up in the ceiling and they would release water in bursts. And it was sequenced so that when the bursts of water came out, they spelled words. And they would just go through and spell out nonsense words like joy, laughter, fear, handbag. It would just, but still, it was really, really, really cool. It was giant as well, the size of a room. There was that one. There was a display called Tension. That was cool. I didn't get enough photos of that. I should have taken more. One of the displays in that set of displays was the name will make sense really, really, really quickly. There were 4 table legs, and then for the 20. That's amazing. Alzizel, how you going? I'm recounting my adventures in Tasmania. We're at day 1 of 4 at the moment. It'll be a little bit. So in this tension exhibit, there were these 4 table legs and a glass tabletop, but the glass tabletop had warped entirely all the way through, and they'd placed a heavy boulder in the middle of the glass, so it looked like this. So you had 4 table legs, right? Then the glass had warped like this, and there was a giant boulder sitting, and people were like this big, right? As a point of reference, it was freaking ginormous, and it looked super, super creepy because it felt like if you touched the edge of the glass table, it would just shatter because of the tension, hence the name tension, right? And it'll become even more obvious as I describe the rest of them. There was another one, which was a set of truck tires. The double set, where they're the super thick ones. Again, like a person is about this big in comparison. And the, normal set of truck tires. But then on this side, they had like the security clamp, when you clamp down on tires so that they can't move when they've been put into like a car lot or whatever. And the big trucker tires were like squished into this lock like this. And the rest of the tire was like bulging, and it looked like it could pop any second. Again, hence tension. Hence seemed incredibly dangerous. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll probably save. Another one that was really cool was you walked into a room and there were these big discs on the wall. Again, teeny tiny little people. Like this is us in comparison to the big discs. And they were rotating. And on the surface of the... Oh no! It's okay. Start low early in the week, Mac, and then grow into big number potential. These big discs were spinning, and on the surface of the disc, there were these globules of paint. So the entire thing of there were 2. There was a blue one and a red one. The entire surface was covered in paint, and then you had this really viscous, drippy paint of the same color that was like dripping down the surface, but because it was rotating, it would never quite hit the floor. It was always in a state of drip, but it would never quite hit the floor. It was really, 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 really cool. And then the best for last, I'll see if I can pull up the video. I should be able to. Oops. Oh, here we go. They had molten drops that were dripping from the ceiling onto these like water basins and were just rupturing. But again, tension was the name of the display. So the whole idea was that it would go for like 30 seconds to a minute of nothing happening. You were just in this dark room with a window display all along one wall, and you couldn't see anything beyond it because it was black. It was just completely black, nothing. And then all of a sudden, these molten droplets would just fall from the ceiling, and you didn't get it in the video, but it was like whip cracks, really, really, really loud and out of nowhere. It was really, really, really cool. It looks so cool. So I went away for the weekend from Friday to Monday to Tasmania, and while I was there, I was at the Mona Museum of Old and New Art. That's right. I forget it always. I'm just sort of recounting some of the displays. They were amazing. They were so cool. Real, like, scale was out of this world. Hey, going Miss Fire. How's your weekend? Incredibly poorly organized today. I don't even have all my windows up properly. So there was that. What's the name of that contraption? It was. I was able to hang out with friends that I hadn't seen in ages. It was really, really, really fun. Is it a zoetrope? Zoetrope is an early animation device that creates an illusion of motion by displaying a sequence of images in a rotating cylinder. Yeah. Yep. So there was a zoetrope as part of that wasn't part of the tension exhibit, but was at the Mona. It's that thing where, say for example, you've got a bouncing ball, right? So there'll be a circle, and along the edge of the circle, around the circumference, you'll have a sculpture of a ball that's in different states of bounce. Right? I'm just describing a zoetrope to people who haven't heard of it before, but if you have heard of it, absolutely no stress. I'm not meaning to talk down to you, but there are then little slits in like a card that sits in front, and because you can only see a little preview of that, they'll also flash a light in sequence with when these objects pass perfectly in front of the slit, and it essentially isolates them in frames. This was a progenitor to movies, actually. This is how they figured out how frames work in film, was you isolate snippets and you present them at a fast enough rate to where your mind stitches the rest of it together, and it becomes a fluid series of motions. So this is called a zoetrope, and they had a zoetrope that was amazing. It was amazing. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. It was a giant brass like godhead, I suppose is the only way of putting it, that was on its side in a corner of the room, right? And then in comparison, somebody's about this big, right? Standing next to it. And carved into this head were different portholes, like viewports, at different elevations. And then there were these like hairline fracture cracks traveling all around the head. So it looks like the head had like experienced trauma, I guess is the best way of putting it. And there were little view windows into different areas of it. And at different elevations in the head, please shout out if any of this is confusing. At different elevations in the head, they had different zoetropes. So if you looked through this viewfinder here, this viewport, you'd see one zoetrope. If you look through this one down here, you'd see another one. If you look through this one here, you might see the top one or whatever. But they weren't isolated. So looking through a top one, you could see all of the ones underneath, but you got like a front row seat to the one that was... It was the coolest thing ever, and they all related to each other as well. So like the top one was a bird flying. The top one was a tree branch that was letting go of an apple, and as the apple fell between the iterations, it crumpled and decayed and aged, and then a hand down the bottom caught the husk of the apple at the end of its life cycle. Then on the second one, you had a bird flying. You had a flight sequence, and then on the next one down, a book came up and like clapped and crushed the bird. But then one below that, the god, like this head thing, birthed a new bird. It was insane. It was the coolest, most ornate, most intricate thing ever. Sorry, I know none of this is as impressive as I'm like, it's one of those things where you need to see it for it to like really hit you, but it was so cool. It was so cool. So if you're swinging past Tassie at any point, highly recommend. Highly, highly, highly recommend. And that was only day one. So much good stuff. I'll talk about more of it later. I don't want to compact it into one big clumpy retelling. Spread it out a little bit. Did anyone get up to anything on the weekend? Any news that they'd like to share? I am all ears. And a nose and a mouth and all sorts of other stuff, but also ears, I promise. One of the joys of getting away was that I could think about this piece with a bit of clarity, because I didn't have the pressure of having to sit in front of it and come up with a solution on the spot. Creating a little bit of distance between me and this piece allowed me to think about it more deeply, and I think I've come up with a solution for what I want to do with the sky, but we will see. A lot of today's stream will just be me playing around with the skybox, so look forward to that. Mostly ears. A little bit ironic, the fact that because of the nature of stream, me having to wear headphones, my ears are not on the internet. People would pay a bajillions for Mahali ear photos, I've been told. So yes, the thought of me being all ears, but all of my ears being covered is very funny to me. So the idea that I eventually settled on for the sky is that I need more chaos. I need more chaos in the sky. I need more kineticism, more energy. So that's what I'll be fiddling around with now. For random body parts, both attached and not attached. People are weird. I'm going to try applying the paint similarly to how I'd imagine the direction of rain, to kind of imply that the sky is storming without necessarily drawing in individual raindrops. See if that just adds the energy that I want. Because if it does, then I don't need to necessarily go into detail, right? I don't want that crisp detail in the background because I don't want to draw the attention. Just at work on your break now? Popping in to give some love and say hi. Hi, kitty. Hi. Hope work is going well. Hope you had a good weekend. But yeah, no stress. If you got to get back to work, no worries whatsoever. I'll be here for a while. People are weird is understatement of the century. Working in healthcare will make you realize the depth of humans' weirdness is bottomless. Yeah. The human potential is bottomless, which also means that weirdness is bottomless. But that kind of, you take the bad with the good, you know? Fell in the bathroom yesterday, burnt your hand on the... Oh, no. Sorry, bud. Not a good start. Not a good start. Good to get these out. Good to get these out of the way early in the week. Means that the rest of your week will fly past. You got all of the rubbish out of the way early. Just limping. Didn't burn yourself badly, thankfully. Just a couple of red bits on your fingers. Hope it heals up quick. Remember, sorry, not to lecture you at all, but remember, even if an injury doesn't feel as impactful as you think that it could, still make sure to give yourself rest. Certainly rolling your ones before you roll your 20s, that's for sure. Deary dear. The 20s will come, I promise. They always do. That's right. I took a reference image on the last day in Tassie. I found a sculpture in the botanical gardens that are there. That was a perfect light reference. See, there you go. All ones. Sorry, that was very rude of me. It is promising. It is. I can't say anything. I rolled an 11 before as well, so my fate is sealed. This one, I need Kraken. Okay, you ready? Ready? This is the reference image that I took. You'll see it. You'll be like, oh my goodness, that's perfect. And I completely agree. Check this out. How good is that? Not only do I have light bleeding out from behind an object, but I also have light hitting the back of droplets, dripping off of it. It's so good. Actual perfection. Okay, chat that in the reference file. Perfect. I know, incredibly fancy. Incredibly fancy. Let's just hope that the impressionist style background lands. Otherwise, I'll have to try a couple of other things. I've got options, I do. It's not like I'm sunk if this one doesn't land, but it'd be nice if it does. Speaking of working on stuff, Kitty, I'm loving the I'm loving the goblet that that you shared the preview of. It's coming along really nicely. Katie and I have a blood pact that we're going to be drawing a glowing cyan goblin at some point. So you've beaten us to the punch. but you don't know what to add to him. He's looking good. He's looking good. I can give some pointers if you'd like at some point. But if you were to say you're happy with him as is and you don't want to touch him, I fully understand. Fully understand. Okay. I'll come up with something. Yes. Need to remember to hide the Twitch overlay because it has this nasty habit of flickering, which distracts the crap out of me. Quite happy with the elf tool you were struggling. With the elf 2, that is not an L, that is an exclamation mark. Struggling with the skin tone, looking a little more grey than you liked. Learned about correction layers. Yep. The ability to make another layer and add more was life-changing. Absolutely life-changing. I'm glad that you found it to be the same. That's looking better. That is looking better. Try to... I need to add more complexity to the color is the only thing that's coming to mind. So... go with deeper, darker reds. Bump it up to like an orange as well, a little bit. So that way it doesn't feel like a piece of card in the background, like a piece of cardboard. Just this one tone. It needs to feel more complicated. Like there's more in the color, more's going on. You just can't quite make it out. Someone in chat was walking you through it. You were like, oh, like you discovered the secrets of life itself. It does feel like that. It does. I don't disagree. that's something that I value highly, is any like little snippets of advice from chat, because I will never pretend to know anything. I'll never pretend to know the most about any particular subject. So if anybody has any like advice, recommendations, blah, blah, and then like if I disagree with the advice or whatever, that's fine too. At least then, like, that little bit of friction means that it either shows me a new way of approaching things, or it strengthens my resolve. And it's like, you know what? No, I do actually. I'm happy with how I go about this particular thing. I'm really happy with that, actually. I'm really happy with that look. I won't finalize it just because I think I won't get a strong grasp of what I want from it until I have the rest of the color down. But this idea of the Monet style, impressionistic, violent skybox is very cool. I'm liking it a lot. I'm liking it a lot. Very much so. As long as they don't try to dictate for it to, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like, I'm fine with somebody offering up advice, but if I'm like, oh, no, thank you. If they go beyond that and they're like, no, you are doing it wrong, you have to change, then it does get on my nerves a little bit. You know, the type of tone that I take all the time when I'm offering up all of my advice unsolicited. I start yelling, I start glaring intensely, shaking my fists. You must listen. I know all of the secrets to the cosmos. I'm kind of a jerk now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. Oh my goodness, what have I done? Okay, I do like that. I do like that. So I'm gonna put a pin in that for now. I'm gonna put a pin in that for now, and I'm gonna move forward in the layers, and I'll come back. Tentacles 1. I'm a menace. What can I say? What can I say? Na, 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 na. You are well. That's exciting news. Did you have the snivels before? Or are you just stamping your rod in the sand, your staff in the sand and declaring your current state? Glad to hear it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're doing well. That's good. Gave me the vibes of you know those old town criers where that have like their big brass rod that was appointed to them by a monarch or something. Tong tong tong. It's 4 o'clock and all is well. And then they'd go break for afternoon tea, I guess. Made you a grilled cheese sandwich with beef chili. It's so good. Your tummy's happy. Oh my god, that would make my tummy not very happy with me. Lactose intolerance, but still, I mean, it sounds delicious. Actually, speaking of, let me see if I can find it. Aha! While I was away, I found, oh my god, they're the coolest things ever. You ready? Lactose pills, but they're in a little Tic Tac container thing, and there's a little button on the side. Here, let me show you. There's a little button on the side, and you press it. I won't do it now. I don't want to waste any. They're little tablet gold. You press the side, and little tablets fall out. It's so cool. It's so cool. Way better than what I had before, which was akin to a container like this that had big tablets in it. Super clunky, couldn't take it anywhere with you. I'd constantly forget it because who wants to carry that around with you? You've adjusted the rules in your stream because you hate trying to figure out how to deliver criticism. They now state, this is a PvP enabled zone. Don't show me your art unless you want criticism. That's okay. Hey, if you establish the rules, right out the gate, I think that's fine. If everybody's signed up for it, you know. Tommy's going to be mad at you later, but right now it's happy. And that's what matters. I can sit here smoothing out the tentacles, but I kind of don't want to. I kind of want them to be on rickety angles, I think. Always pulling your punches and going easy on people, trying to figure out their goals. It's just not your way. But that's what I'm saying. Like, being upfront and honest about the fact that you want to that you want to style criticism in that way. It's honest, it gets to the point, and at that point in time, everybody's signed up for that kind of feedback, you know? It's not unprompted. And hey, like, if they don't want feedback like that, they can go elsewhere. Going wheezy. Yeah. Wheezy squeezy. Okay, let's jump up to another tentacle. 10 tickles. 2. There are going to be 10 of them, obviously. my goal for now that I'm happy with the sky, I wasn't intending on being happy with the sky at all. I was anticipating that the entirety of the stream would be me going, looking at the sky the entire time, having to change it up every 5 seconds, but a bit of introspection goes a long way. It's always a two-way street. So if anyone wants to eviscerate what they're seeing from me at any time, they're welcome to. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just because I don't do that here doesn't mean that other people can't do it differently in their own, establishments. I think it's fun to have a bit of a difference between people, Count Ticula, Ben Pickles. Yeah, the classic octopus. How many tentacles does an octopus have? That would be the count, the count joke. 100%. Stopping by and committing a drive-by before work. Hi. Hi, old. How you going, bud? You're doing work on your Twitch, so you added the recommended tab. Gonna work on the understream section soon. Yeah, the about section. Yeah. I hadn't touched that for the longest time. It is worth it. People do use it. I use it if I jump into specifically in my case, if I jump into an artist's stream and I want to go hunting through their Instagram and stuff, let me see your work. The About You section is the first place I go. This is a place of peace and positivity. Your stream is more like neutral clockwork roll with the what are they called again? What are the little gizmo people called? They're beings of order. D&D clockwork people. No. They're there's something else entirely. They're similar to biblically accurate angels, I guess, in terms of their design. Modrons. Here we go. These little guys. These are your denizens, Ghost. These are the little guys that hang out in your stream, presumably, based on what you've described. They're little creatures who protect the notion of order, organization, cleanliness, that sort of thing, running on time, anything like the structure. They're like little defenders of that. They're really cool. They're very, very, very cool. But you would not like those guys in your house? Seeing as they're creatures of order, I think they would knock on your door politely, and then you would tell them to piss off, and they'd probably go, "Yeah, all right, that seems fair enough," and then kind of walk off. There's a very funny clip of a DM named Brennan Lee Mulligan is his full name, having a rant about the fact that these guys represent order, which kind of makes sense because they're little clockwork people, and then the beings that represent chaos are like Slards, I think, which are these weird frog people. Okay. Frogs, the avatars of chaos. Let me see if I can come up with an image. Yes, here we go. So we've got order and then chaos. Look at these. Look at these chaotic dudes. See? Can't you tell? These things are polar opposite from each other. Just don't think about it. You're going to head out of here? You still got half an hour of your break, but you're going to rest your eyes a little before dinner. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun, Kitty. I'll catch you later. I'll come up with like structured feedback that I can give you for the goblin. It'll be tough because like you've done a really good job with it, but I'll come up with something. Have fun at work. I'll catch you later. Bye. Enjoy your break, more specifically.
Next time on Dragon Ball, will Goku pay his child support? Is Vegeta's hairline really that cooked? And will Krillin just end himself? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. I mean,
yeah, that'd be an episode I'd watch. I mean, but that would be the end of every episode, now that I think about it. Hello, Bestow friend. How you going? The question I'd ask of the Dragon Ball universe ahead of everything else is, what is Yamcha doing with his time? Because it appears as though everybody else gets just the occasional power boost because Goku breathed. And then Yamcha's still stuck at, like, I don't know, playing baseball, I think, is the latest update that I cared to visit. You gotta feel sad? Yeah, but like, how many years? I think canonically, let's see. Bulma and he broke up. Then Bulma got pregnant with Trunks. I want to say like 6 months to a year after that. And then Trunks is now, what, 14 or something? He's really going to sulk and do nothing for 14 years. I mean, depression is tough. But I mean, come on, you got superpowers. I mean, that's not an excuse, but still. All I'm saying is that he hasn't done anything interesting since Dragon Ball. Yep. One hell of a drug. Yeah, you can say that again. Superpower well, actually, that is a good point, actually. The stronger you are, the more it hits you, or something. Maybe? Maybe. Okay. Then we go up to here. Octopus body. These aren't final colors, by the way. I'm blocking them in so that way I can see what works a little bit more easily. That powerful to become sad would simply kill a lesser man. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Depression is like an aura. Do you think it's like one of those cases where somebody goes like, I want all of your power. And then the other person is like, sure, take my power. And then they drain him of all his depression, I guess, in this case. And then like, what? How can you possibly stand all of this strength? Gah! And then they explode. Dangerous to society, because some people don't handle depression well. Sometimes it turns into anger and destruction. Oh, yeah, no, that is a good point. That is a good point. In the hands of somebody who can fly and shoot, energy balls out of their hands. These are dangerous waters to sail indeed. No, I have to fight every temptation to just be like, let's start shading. What I'm wanting to play around with is introducing cyan into the shadows, but in a way that doesn't feel too bubblegum, because I run that risk. As soon as you go to vibrant with colors, you bump into a chance of destroying that sense of immersion. It's not entirely true. Like you can go overboard a little bit intentionally. Octopus looks even more epic than that. Thank you. It's getting there. To be honest, in my head, I haven't even started yet. If that helps helps with anticipation, but I haven't really started the process yet. That one counts as opposed to the 3 before. Oh, sorry, the unspoken number before. How you going, Billy? Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. Well, that's one of the wonderful things about art, is that it's hardly ever a case of, I plan on doing it like this, and then it turning out like that. It warps, it mutates, it becomes all sorts. By the end, you end up with something exciting and unforeseeable. So you're excited to see how this one comes together? Yeah, me too. I hope I can do the texture justice, because I really, really like the look. I just hope that I can pull it off. Just a heads up, ads are going to hit in a little bit over a minute. I am multi-streaming on YouTube as well. Like, I guess advertisement, but not really. It's more, you can jump over there for a second and dodge ads, potentially. Fingers crossed that YouTube doesn't hit with ads as well, but in theory, you can dodge for a little bit. It's the one solution I was kind of able to come up with to Twitch forcing ads on me, is that stream is also available in a semi-ad-free location as well. I know it's a bother, but it's the best I could do. May not be an art expert, but you can confidently say, "Oh, yeah." Thank you. I'll try not to let you down. I will channel your confidence in me and try and pull through. Thank you, Miss Fire. I appreciate. Making the octopus look wet would. Yeah. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do all of that soon. So I did. Let me see if I can find it. I did studies before I left. Feel free to provide feedback. By the way, I'm not against it whatsoever. I did octopus studies before I left, so I really want to apply the skin texture and the look of glossiness that octopuses get, and then I've also taken reference photos of things that drip. So I'm gonna be adding these elements after I've just blocked in the tones that I want to use. Well, I've got the tone map already, but the like the actual chromas. Not that any of that was caught because freaking ads. I know. But yes, that is the plan, is to add drippiness. The wetness of the complexion will be relatively easy to add. The thing that I'm going to struggle with if I don't plan it well ahead of time is the shadows and stuff, like the values that I use for the old. That's why I'm messing around with. Welcome back. Sorry, half mumbling to myself. As I was saying, the wetness, the wetness will be easy enough to add once I've sorted out the shadow hues. Because I know that I want to introduce cyan, because it'll pop really nicely. It'll also create a sense of like there's other stuff beneath the octopus in a way that nothing else really can. Oh, wrong brush. There we go. But I need to figure out how exactly I do it. I know grey tones will be involved. But let's see. Let's play. Let us play a little bit with it. Suction cups. Oh, no. It wouldn't be... Sorry. It wouldn't be like actual colours. They're more abstract tones. So where light is bouncing off of the water, or light is bouncing off the water and then off of the stonework of the fortress, and then like reflecting up into the octopus. So the octopus, in theory, is all this tone with the texture of an octopus sort of coursing underneath, whatever. But in terms of the lighting and how the color actually turns out, that's where it will turn out being a little bit more cyan. it's not 100% accurate because it wouldn't be cyan, because the sky is red, right? That cyan chroma would come from the sky reflecting off of the water, but it's fine. We take our liberties and we run with them. We do all sorts of fun things. Wahahe, as the great Ninja Turtle once said. I am a party dude. The words of the immortal Michelangelo. And then back here, it would be less cyan and more just grayed out, because we want the focus to be here. Blend and blend and blend and blend. Blend and blend and blend. Any plans for the week, by the way? We've got the art weekend coming up. The Hearthside Arts and Crafts. That's gonna be fun. I'll have the details for that up on the Discord in the next couple of days. Sleep, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Should probably get more of that at some point. Good call, if anything. Oh, actually, speaking of things on the horizon, I've almost finished reading a book series. Very exciting. There are 12 books in the series, so gargantuan effort. But it's almost come to an end, and I'm getting that sensation of like, oh, it's sad, but also I can't wait to see how it comes to an end, how it wraps up, what the conclusion is like. I'm not sure what I'm going to do afterwards. That'll be the end of it. My life comes to a standstill after I finish the book series. My purpose. What do I do? I just have to find another one. Ooh, okay, that'll be a cool look. So add cyan and grey to this tentacle here down the bottom. And then as it comes up, bring it more into red. Could do that, yeah. That could work. I'll need to actually punch it into the sky though. By that I mean actually have it start to blend with the red instead of just like, it's red, definitely, don't worry about it. That's the scary thing, when you actually have to commit to decisions. But it so totally pays off, because when you half-heartedly apply color, it doesn't quite reach what you have in your head, you know? So when you do go all the way and then see where it ends up, it just, it rocks. Oh my goodness, it works. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Red is in. Grey is out. Well, not completely out. But in a fashion sense, we're working with spools of red fabric, and we'll use like grey thread, I guess. Or maybe like for an accessory piece or something, we will use a grey jacket or cardigan. What am I talking about? The more I talk nonsense, the more focused my brain is. So if I just keep muttering insanities, in theory, great success. Hey, look at that. Great success. I think I need to pull back on the cyan a little bit. But I do like it, so I'll keep it just a bit further down. Yes. Yes, look at that. Oh, now all of a sudden it feels like there's a volume back there, you know? You know? You know. You know. You get what I'm saying. You're picking up what I'm putting down. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, na, na. So if the orange and red are, yeah, okay. I know exactly what I'm doing here. Okay, cool. Octopus eyeball. Not how you spell octopus? Don't care. It is now. Na, 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 Okay. Let's say yeah. We need dark in order to show how bright it is. It's a little bit confusing, but it makes sense when you think about it. How do you identify if something is tasty? You eat something absolutely disgusting and then eat the tasty thing and you're like, oh my goodness, this other thing? Not very good. This thing though, way better than that. Way better than thing number one. Now I know what taste is. Thank you, power of contrast. You're welcome, Bahali. Da, da, na, Yeah. We're still at the baby stage. Sorry, not that sounds that sounds not great. We're still at the developmental stage where we're just kind of messing with stuff. If you're keen on like color reflecting off of other things, when we get to the render stage, will I have a feast for the eyes? Hopefully, knock on wood, please. All that's good. Please have it so that it looks good by the end. You locked in? It'll be a little while, but patience is rewarded. Should be rewarded. Most often is. It'll be something like that, I think. The green is too much. The green is too much. Let's bring it solidly back in line. Hi, Katie. Hi. How you going? How was Tassie? It was good. It was good. I was just gushing about it earlier. I went to Mona on day one, which is the Museum of New and Old Art. Museum of Old and New Art. Good. That's why it's called Mona. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It was really, really, really cool. There were some massive installations, absolutely massive installations. Like they'd sculpted a like a big industrial truck and tray that was dragging another truck on top in tow out of gothic looking welded iron. It was so cool. It was so cool. It almost looked like a metal welded cathedral of truck. Yeah. Photos are on the Discord. So if you go into the conversation section under Mahali's Tassie Adventure, it's all there in chronological order. Is the word that's used here. I recommend it. I recommend, like, all the photos of what I'd be describing are all there. I can't do it justice. I can't do the Mona justice. I recommend checking out the images. Am I in the wrong layer? I am, yes. Okay, let's stamp that out before that runs rampant. Is so schmexy? I know. I would not deny a dinner date with the architectural form known as Gothic architecture. Even neo-Gothic. Steamy. Would date at a friend's church. Oh, heck yeah. Heck is yeah. I need to be careful not to put too much time into detail work, because I know that I'm going to be changing. I know that I'm going to be changing all of it. So I need to just get the broad strokes done and then move on to the next bit, because otherwise I'll be here for a bajillion years. No hyperbole. Right? It was very, very, very cool. Yeah. Don't even get me started. The stuff inside was even cooler. There was one that I didn't take a photo of because I'm terrible at remembering to take photos. It was this giant archival style bookshelf. How would I describe its size? So if you got little old Mahali, I'll use a brighter color. You got little old Mahali about this big, right? Hello, it's me. This bookshelf was this big. And it had books falling out of it that were this big, right? Had giant archival style folder books that were falling out of it. And as they were sort of in suspension, falling out of this giant bookshelf, there were these giant shards of glass that were falling out of, not actively, this is all in stasis, like everything was glued together, so nothing was moving, but there were these giant shards of glass falling out of these giant books, and there was just this pile of shattered glass all over the floor in front of it. It was so cool. I don't know, call me basic, but as soon as you've got an installation the size of, the sun, I'm impressed immediately. It doesn't matter what it is. You must see on it. It's very cool. It's very, 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 very cool. Highly recommend if anyone's passing through Tassie. there's my recommendation. Let's jump up to Tentacles 3. So if that's the color there, let's go darker still. No, I'm not getting rid of the suction cups, I promise. I'm plotting in how I want it to look. Then, because of the influence of the light, we'll brighten that bit there, but that can wait for now. Oh. Yeah. So that was on top of Mount Wellington, which is like it's the highest mountain in Hobart, which is the capital city of Tassie. Yeah, we were 1.27 kilometers up. A little bit difficult to tell in this particular photo. Some of the more scenic ones that are like over the entire landscape. This one, yeah, but there were ones sort of from the road where you could see out like how far it dips. That gives you a sense of the scale. Really, really, really like the rock formations in that photo though. Really, 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 really cool. Yeah. Yep. I took so many photos in Tassie where I was like, I am going to be using this as an art reference. I know it. I know that I will be using this as an art reference in the future. Yeah, yep. I haven't done landscape studies in a little while, but who's to say I can't do more? Who's to say that I can't do more? Oh my goodness, this is going to be so much fun to light, because octopuses are weird and squishy and see-through, so there are going to be certain sections of this that are like transparent with light passing through them. Ugh. Actually can't wait. Why can't I just get to rendering immediately? What do you mean it's slower? What do you mean it's slower to render like from the start? Frick you, me, for giving me advice. Does he have a main color palette? It'll mostly be sort of this tan color with cyan as the contrast. Need a fast pass? That's what I'm saying. I mean, to be honest, I just need to increase my workflow rate, but it's fine. It's fine. Tentacles. Filch. Cyan, yeah. Yep. Speaking of which, we need to collaborate on Cyan Goblin soon, TM. It must happen. Don't fasten, enjoy. Well, if I increase my rate, if I can get through pieces faster, it means that I can do more cool pieces. I can do more of them. I get to do more. I get what you mean, though. Don't rush. Take your time. Smell the roses. Enjoy life. I do agree. But there are some things where I should take my time, like the rendering process. I should take my time and enjoy it. Whereas other things like thumbnailing, concept sketches, silhouettes, blocking in, that sort of thing, it can all be increased in rate. Taking so much time off because of this cold, and yeah. Critical Role tomorrow. Yes. Oh, that's going to be fun. You're going to have your millions of bracelets. I know it's not millions. I jest. Oh, I hope you have fun. You made more stuff? What kind of more stuff? Smell the octopus? I mean, it's an acquired scent, I'd imagine. Another round of ads. Piss off, Twitch. Ooh. A drink, you say? Cheers. I've run out of water. I should go fill up. Actually, now's the perfect time. Ads. I will be right back. I'll be right back. A flaming seed pendant from Mister. Some pocket bacon and the red moon earrings. Oh, so good. Flaming seed. If you ever worry about character cohesion, if you're like, well, like this element doesn't really fit with the character that I've made, blah blah blah, just stop and appreciate Fern and Mister from from Critical Role Campaign 3. All of your concerns will evaporate immediately, I promise. Sea Fort. There we go. Welcome back, by the way. Welcome back. How do I wanna do this? Your Satyr just got a puppy? Perfect. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Okay, so I want to go with greys with bleeding colour. So, grey, red, dark, like that. Named after a character that left. Oh. As in remembrance? In honor of that character, or... Because that's cool if that's the case. You are excited and frightened? Why are you excited and frightened, Bob? If it's because giant kraken that it's not real yet. I haven't finished it yet. Today you order the chemicals. Bum bum bum. I can understand why you're excited and frightened now. You're moved in. Aye, nice. Congrats. Congrats. No more boxes, or like enough moved in to where you're comfortable to say that you've moved in, but there are still boxes. Mostly no box? Yeah, okay. Cool. Had a guest friend for a few months, for a few weeks, months maybe. They left but still watched the campaign. I think it was a few too many peeps for the DM to control. Forgot what the chemicals were for. Therefore, Bob has an idea for a thing, for an invention. I won't go into detail just in case Bob doesn't want me to disclose. Yeah, there we go. Polymers. It's a type of plastic. No, by no means. Unless, I mean, anything can be used for evil, right? Even rubber duckies, even though they're like built for good. Even though they are built to do good things, you can do evil with rubber duckies. Shocking, I know. Creating. You want an evil ducky? Do you though? Because everybody says they do, but then as soon as you hear that cursed wah, there's no turning back. The duckies are morally neutral, correct, but it's the person controlling the duck, you know? Hi Squid, how you going? Hi. How's your weekend? Do I want to go in that direction or this direction? There is a goblin behind me. Actual ducks can have morals. No. This would be a rubber duck, so morally neutral. It's how they're wielded that dictates where their moral compass is. Currently getting dwarves to make a T-Rex horn handle for your wooden spoon. Oh my goodness, yes. The wooden spoon of legend. It was good. Just chilled mostly for the weekend. Yeah, okay. That's more than cool. Taking your time to actually chill is 9 out of 10 dentists recommend, actually. It feels weird to go with cyan here for the shadow. I know that I've got cool tones for the shadows already. Actually, no. Having it be cyan tinged is fine as long as it's not bright like that. There, I think that's fine. Swans are lawful evil. Geese are chaotic evil. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Swans are very much so like, if you step in my territory, I will do unspeakable things to you. Whereas geese are just like, I will find where you live. I can attest to that. You were thinking geese, but you said swans. Yep. I mean, they've got a similar vibe, but one is distinctly more. One of them has a name, a game named after them for a reason. I'll just say that much. No, it doesn't feel right. It does not feel right to have the cool shadow here. What if I go with a red shadow? How does that work? Is that better? That feels better. Maybe not a full red. Cyan at the bottom. Yeah. I'm playing. So in the same way that I've got cyan at the bottom of these tentacles, at the bottom of the body, I'm planning on doing that for the main tentacle as well. Yeah. What do I think pigeons are? I mean, if everybody on the internet is to be believed, then robots, apparently. Let's go with like an orange shadow, maybe. No, that doesn't create the depth that I want. Mauve, maybe? I'm using that color wheel. Yeah. Pigeons are chaotic good or chaotic neutral. Yeah, I could see that. Probably chaotic neutral, I'd say. I don't think they work to any sort of betterment of anything. Not to say that they're useless. I just mean that they're just kind of, exist to exist. Purple with the eyes. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this tone is good. It gives that sense of depth, but the problem that I was having with the cyan shadows at the front as well was that it created almost like a unifying upward light source, which isn't the case. I want it to feel like there is a localized light source behind the wall that only the octopus is privy to. So keeping this different hue will help with that, I reckon. You like purple with greys? Understandably so. They pop quite well. I like grey tones with anything, actually, to be honest. I discovered their power when I did a bajillion landscape studies. I was like, oh my goodness, 90% of what I'm looking at is grey. How is that possible? It just is. It just is. It just be what it do. Their nests are so bad? What do you mean? Pigeons? Pigeon nests? Pigeon nests are really bad. You hating mixing greys with contrasting colors, so difficult. I mean, I guess. It just depends on how you do it. If you're trying to force it, it can be quite difficult. But if you let the rules kind of play out, they kind of place themselves. Like, for example, here where I know that I want the body to be turned away a little bit, desaturating the area creates that distance, but it keeps the same continuity of the body color. Same with like adding cyan to the tentacles. It's like, yeah, if I were to add just cyan straight up, it would look a little bit weird. But as soon as I add like a grey tone, darker, as soon as I add a grey tone, if it's tinged with cyan, it gets the point across, but it still feels like it's really good at helping to blend. It's a really good connection point. With paint mixing red and green together to make grey as a study, it was really hard. Mm. Green and red, grey. Yeah, I mean it would just be the same here because what's here? Because red and cyan are complementary colors to each other. I'm using the grey as like the intermediary between the two. It would be the same with it'd be the same as red and green, I reckon. What was I doing? What layer am I on? I'm on the right one. Yes, okay. For these elements up the front, they're not going to be exclusively this this mauve purple color. I'm going to go through and bleed some of, like, for example, the brown from the tentacle there. I'm going to bring it over into the purple, and then same with the purple over to the purple over into the tentacle as well. I'm going to sort of bring them into each other just so that they don't feel, because the problem is if you don't cross-pollinate your colors, it feels as though things are just kind of slapped on top of each other. Think like a South Park, right? Where you've got like you've got shapes that are cut out and just kind of slapped on top, and just sort of stacked together on the same page. If you want it to feel unified, if you want it to feel like it's blending into each other and it's all cohesive, taking some of the colors from other elements and kind of bleeding them into each other, one gives a sense of like the influence. If you have a flexible green ruler like this next to the skin on my arm, the reflections of the light bouncing off of my arm onto the ruler are going to have like a light tonality to them, and then my skin is going to have like a little bit of green on them as well. It's going to have a bit of green on my arm. So everything in close proximity kind of has a bleed effect into each other. It's the sort of, it's the influence of the sandbox that you're establishing. But two, it also feels like in the same way that when you have a character sit on grass, you don't just have like the grass and then the character sits on the grass, right? You have them sit on the grass, and then you have to have the blades of grass like actually interacting with the person sitting on the grass. That way that it feels like they're occupying the same spot. Interaction, you need interaction, it's important. I say all of that while I'm not doing any of that because I'm still working on just shapes. Please let me get to the render part. Like right now, the wall doesn't feel like it's part of the scene because I'm working in reds and oranges, and then suddenly you've got like a reddish purple. I mean, it kind of works, but not really. I need to bring some of the orange from the sky into the ground a little bit. Maybe like further away, like here. A little bit of orange from the sky, and then bring in some of that brown from the tentacle over into the wall here, and then say that there's like ambient light coming up in the foreground, like below the fort that you can't really see, and you take a little bit more of that orange, and you're like, you know what, illumination is happening down here, so therefore you've got like orange coming up the wall here, and then you bring some of that purple over into the tentacle. You say like some of that ambient light sort of bouncing off of that. You bring some of the purple into the tentacle here in front as well, and it's just like knitting things together. But I don't get to do any of that for freaking ages. It's the bit that I enjoy. That's all right. That's all right. I'll eat my vegetables so I can eat my chips and burger or whatever, however you want to say that. Yeah. Yep. In the same way that what's he? If you have your light source here, it wouldn't make sense for this part of the wall to experience full light because there's a freaking tentacle in the way. You do it for shadow. Why would you not do it for? Why would you not do it for color? So shady. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. How you going? Apologies for the mess that you're seeing in front of you at the moment. I'll clean it up. I promise. Things start a little bit ugly, but I clean them up. I do. It takes me a little while, but... On the third day of the Tassie trip this weekend, I went to we went to a wildlife reserve. It was so cool. It was so fun. I've seen kangaroos before, obviously, because I went to school on the back of a kangaroo, obviously. Public transport. In the same way that other countries have taxis and stuff, we have kangaroos, obviously. Swings around about. No, lucky number 7. Lucky number 7, Billy. Don't consider it to be otherwise. Do drive safe. Work's been very busy for Yoffie. Fair. You looking after yourself though? Starting to learn to draw and Twitch and finding good streams. That works as body doubling. Inspiration and general company is a big help. Helps that you're a nerd that plays D&D with your friends too. So you think you've had a good place to hang when drawing? Yeah, absolutely. We've got excellent company. I hope nobody takes offense when I say that this tavern is full of a bunch of nerds. So you've had excellent company. Hi Paradox, how you going? How was your weekend? Did a little Overwatch comp. Ooh. I said take care of yourself. Not torture yourself. Jeez. How do I want to do this? If I hide this layer, I can see this. I can see the tentacles. But that doesn't necessarily help. Can I? What if I take these two? Duplicate. Yeah, and then put them next to each other. Merge. Where is the merge option? It should be here. Merge selected option. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. There we go all the way up to the tippy top. Ba-boom. It looks Wait, did I mess up the... Aha! It's because I didn't add detail draft. Detail draft. Duplicate. Down to here. Merge with this one. Binkus. Bonkus. Here we go. Ta-da! Okay, and then we drop the opacity. And hey presto, I have a little reference sheet that I can chuck up on top in case I lose any of the detail. Excellent. Doing okay. Trying to figure out a conundrum. Sent premature. Oh, no, you're good, you good. Let me know. Let me go. Let me know and I'll have a look. Oh, what am I now? Oh, I am a paintbrush mage of some sort. By my power of the Court of Seven Colours, I condemn thee to a colourful end. Bazing! Wow! Coloured to death. Just had a snack. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. What kind of snack? Thank you. I'll be here all week. Okay, cool. That has stuck to the layer that I wanted it to. Perfect. The tentacles don't need to remain this shape necessarily, but I liked how they looked in the draft. I can always change them in the render. But I need something. Need something of a template. Cup of soup things you can get at the supermarket. Started making pasta versions of those. So you had mac and cheese. Ooh. A bit of mac and cheese. We have a mac. But not a cheese. Up. There we are. Da-da. Da-da. And then in theory, I can hide the reference layer. Hey presto. Ain't perfect, but it'll do. It'll do. Let's start sculpting these suckers, shall we? D&D sesh soon. Next Tuesday, in a week's time. It's every 2 weeks. But D&D went well last time. I don't think I had an opportunity to keep you up to. Oh, frick! Ads. I'll recount after. I'll recount after ads. Freaking ads. Always bopping me in the schnoz. Guess you're lucky, because ads don't pop up for some reason. That's good. Count your lucky stars. If I could have it so that everybody everybody could have that, then I would. I have whinged basically non-stop since ads have become a thing. Incessantly, to the point of annoyingness. No, I should stop, because otherwise it'll get annoying, but still. Pinocchio. There it is. There's the ads. Crashing into this party uninvited like that's so incredibly rude. Why, I oughta. If I was put in a room with ads for 5 minutes, boy, I'd give it a piece of my mind. Biff, boom, bang. An uppercut. A feint to the left. Roundhouse kick. Okay, maybe not the roundhouse kick. Doesn't quite fit in with fisticuffs too well. Double backflip. Somersault maneuver. Yeah, give it the quick one too. It's what you freaking deserve, ads. Don't mess with me. They call me Bully Mahali. When I roll up my sleeves, I'm up to no good. Down for business. Up for whatever. Whatever. Out for just monologuing about how I'm gonna beat up ads. I'm gonna get into a boxing pose and just show them what for. You're so over the Meta Glasses one. Well, that's the thing, right? Is if it's an ad that you know that you have no interest in, the ad isn't doing its job in the sense, like, it's clearly not found the right person to advertise itself to. And you're having a terrible time. So both the ad and you are both miserable. Not target audience, exactly. Yeah, why I order? Bang, boom, biff. Pow. Blammo. Oops. So, oh yes, okay. So, last session, throughout the tomb that we're in, there have been these little crystal eyes died, definitely. 100. Well, we'll see. There have been these little crystal eyes that my character has been happening upon throughout the tomb. And Dave, the little furbolg goblin that he is, took it upon himself to catch them all. So he's going around and solving little puzzles in order to get these little crystalline eyes. It got to the point where he was like, okay, I mean, they're all matching with each other, so maybe they're from like the same type of creature, or maybe like a set of a bunch of creatures that all have like these different colored eyeballs. And with a bit of discussion with his party members, eventually came across this concept of like a beholder, which is a creature with 10 eyes that, each of its gazes has like a different effect. And if you looked through these little crystalline eyes, it would emulate one of these effects. Like one of the eyeballs, if you look through it, it looked like you were disintegrating the thing that you were looking at. It didn't actually disintegrate. So like if my character were to look at Billy's character, for example, it wouldn't actually disintegrate them, but it would look like the eyeball stare would like burn through the clothing and into the flesh of his arm and stuff like that. So it kind of, it simulated what each eyeball effect was. So pretty comfortably ended up at the conclusion, probably beholder eyes. Probably. Wish television. Yeah, exactly. But like, I didn't wish to burn my friends, so a little bit less, but... So going around assuming that these were like crystallized beholder eyes, Dave was going dum-dee-dum-dee-dum, having a great time collecting them all. Eventually did, with a bit of elbow grease and rolled up sleeves. And then we found a mirrored door that had sockets all the way around. 10 sockets, to be precise, with a big round mirror in the center. We placed all of the eyeballs in the sockets around the door. Yeah, eye sockets. And as each eyeball was placed, the party members looking into the mirror were aging. Only in the mirror, only through what the mirror was showing, aging, becoming decrepit to the point where by the time that all of the eyeballs were in the eyeball sockets, all of the party looked like zombies. It was so cool. The door popped open, and there in the middle of the room was a big ball beneath a black satin cloak suspended in the middle of the room. So we got all of our like spells and stuff all prepared, and then one of our party members immediately shot it with a crossbow. The cloak disintegrated, and it was not a beholder. It was not a beholder. It immediately had like a strong electromagnetic style pull, sapped everything to the center of the room that had any metal on it. Think if you've seen the short film Astartes. I know it's divided up into like 5 sections or whatever, but it's one film. If you've seen Astartes and the orb in that, very similar vibe to that. It's very cool. Very, 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 very cool. 3 kobolds in a cloak. Could you imagine? That'd be amazing. It's so good. It is highly, highly, highly recommend if you haven't seen it, by the way. It's incroyable. Okay, what am I doing for this bit here? We have Bleeding Light. Legendary pool to be short. But yeah, and that's where the session ended with 2 of our party members stapled to the side of this thing. Oh, hi little buddy, slumbering in the corner there. So the start of next session, we've got initiative rolled, and we're going to be fighting a toaster or something. It was very fun. It was very, 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 very fun. Sentient stove. Yeah. Yep. Session starts. What's cooking? It's like, oh no, I hate this guy. Hate this enemy already. Ready for me to fire things up? No, Mr. Stove, no. I'm burning for a good fight. Frick you, Mr. Stove. How do I want to do this? So I've got a primary source of light behind the tentacle, and then I've got a secondary source coming up from underneath. Yes, it'll tinge that, blah, 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 but... so not D&D obsessed. Watching D&D art, talking about D&D. Your session starts in an hour and Critical Role tomorrow. No, that doesn't count as an addiction. That counts as you've got a good hobby. You've got a healthy relationship with your hobby. Just don't think about it. No. It's fine. Do you regret the amount of time that... It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. Yeah, a session in the pit will do you well, I think. Nothing quite ends a ends a discussion like, oh no, fate has told me that I'm not doing good. Actually, yeah, Bob, I do like the idea of there being like a plank leading into the pit that you have to jump off of. I do like that idea. Go on, Geen. Any final words before you jump into the pit? At least you didn't roll it in your session. You should organise snacks and such, so you'll be lurking from the pit. Yeah, no stress, no stress. I'll be down here. It's fine. I'm just preparing snacks in the pit. Preparing snacks in the pit is maybe the most ominous thing you could threaten. Exactly. That's my point. Strong Brothers Grimm witch fairy tale vibes.
Grind your bones to make my bread.
What was that for, Ghost? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Fair. The rogue and you have a he steals your pocket jerky gag going at the moment. Classic. I had a couple of players where, let me see, the rogue didn't really have kleptomania, but the wizard did. It was interesting. It was an interesting dynamic. I mean, I like it when people intentionally kind of break tropes a little bit. Not to say there's anything wrong playing into tropes. I'm literally playing like a happy, carefree furball character. But it's also nice when things get changed up. Was a thief of party gold. Everyone else was like, whatever. Then we buy things. It just comes out of the rogue's pocket from now on. It's a good solution. It's a pretty healthy solution, actually. Instead of the let's hang him up by his thumbs until he gives them back. Which can also be fun, don't get me wrong. What's a pit if not a mountain? Pending. We climb. What's a pit if not a challenge? You know? That's not bad. That's not bad. It takes you a little while because the pit is quite steep. But you do manage to climb your way out of there. The rogue died and got buried with all the money by an earth elemental with Earthwalk. Maybe you should have cared more. Oh no. Nothing quite like a good bit of tragedy to keep things fresh. At this point, I'm trying to add more complexity to the shapes so that they're not just flat circles sitting on the tentacle. And the way that I'm going about that is I'm messing with the shading. So I'm adding little pockets in them and stuff. This is the first time that I've done this kind of composition, so it might take me a while to wrap my head around it. In the same way that an octopus might wrap its arm around something. Tee-hee. But we'll get there. Ooh, nothing wrong with an average 10. There have been some nights where I haven't been able to roll double digits, so I would happily take the 10, to be honest. Only managed to get an 11 tonight as well. So yeah, All hail the double digit. Had the most frustrating PC death of all time for you. Player got bored of playing their character and didn't tell anyone but the DM. It was just gonna makes neck snapping gesture his character. Right, so the DM just made essentially like a trapdoor for the character to just get retired. To make sure that the tentacle is like partially see-through on this left side, because we've got direct sunlight on it from behind. So how do we do that without it looking flat? I think similar to what I've got already, where I've got the majority of the see-throughness on this side. This little bit here. So at one point in the session, just goes wandering off into the wilderness in a very dangerous part with no explanation. The DM's just like, yep, that happens. Spent 3 minutes trying to convince him that was both stupid and useless, because before realizing he just wanted to change characters. That feels like a mishandled situation by both the player and the DM. There are way more interesting ways of retiring characters that doesn't like break the rest of the party out of the immersion. Surface scattering time. Yeah, yep. And to be honest, it's not the type of thing that I would hide from the other players either. Maybe it's just the DMing style that I'm used to, but I would just let everybody at the table know, just so that it doesn't feel clunky. Like, hey guys, this player wants to retire their character, so like as this next bit plays out, keep that in mind. Because then it can lead to some awkward situations where like one player is trying to like smoothly have their character walk off stage, but the other characters aren't in on that plan, so they're actively like going like, no man, we'll come with you and stuff. I say, no, you stay there, I'll walk over this way. The two times that I've retired characters for people, one of them was like, hey, so you guys seem like you have a plan for how you want to move forward, but to be honest, I think I've had my fill of adventuring. I'm going to stay here and be a town's guard, and build up a little bit of cash before I head home or whatever. And then I had another character who decided that he wanted to go like join a trading company instead of adventuring, and it's like it's a smoother transition into introducing a new character, because then the party feels like, oh, you know, we're kind of missing someone. I'm going to try to die heroically in the next combat. Never had combat that threatened the party, and a few sessions later he was just like, F this. Yeah. But dying heroically in Bestow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Dying heroically in combat is awkward though. It can be really awkward because very rarely are you actually under threat of a single combat. Good luck scattering through the surface, Miss Lurk. No stress, Gus. Ghost, enjoy your lurk. Thank you. It feels as though, I don't know, you almost have to turn it into, ooh, and a good lurk it will be. No, you very silently sort of fade into the cup cupboard. And you can hear sort of the slight tinkering of glass on glass as you're sort of rearranging things, but nobody's disturbed. You're good. Yeah, it feels like death via combat almost has to be staged a little bit. Because there are too many factors there are too many resources that players can burn to keep other players alive against their will, you know? As grotesque as it is to say it that way, but it's true. Like, if you try to heroically, you know, go out swinging, oh no, you know, your wizard casts shield on you, okay. You have false life cast on you, okay. You have sanctuary cast on you. You stabilize, healing touch, you know, blah blah blah. Everything sort of keeps you bouncing back. It doesn't even necessarily need to be like supporty healy stuff. Like, I'm gonna die heroically to this enemy in front of me. They hit you once. Oh no, I've taken a bajillion damage. One more hit and I go down, and then, you know, the paladin steps in, or the barbarian steps in, or the rogue one-shots the thing that's like almost killed you, and you're like, well, okay. And then even if you go down, somebody can walk up to and stabilize you. It's risky to try and just play it in mechanics. You cast add. Ooh. An add could definitely kill a player character. Ooh, it misses. It'll take you a couple of minutes, I think, to adds are coming in a couple of minutes. To reattempt that spell. Player was missing, found clues that were also left to the party. That he also left the party and was missing, and you explicitly asked the DM if you're supposed to care that he was missing, or if it was just doing the normal thing where you just start ignoring the PC is missing and the DM didn't clarify until you really pressed on it. I get, like, there are too many mechanics in D&D that actually allow you to pursue these things. So unless the DM explicitly is like, yeah, okay, your character can try and then give up, but outside of character for a second, yeah, like they've retired. It's kind of a necessity, because otherwise you waste a whole bunch of time on something that the DM is just not going to let you do. I would like to look around the room, please. Yeah, you look around, perception check, and say, oh, okay, I got a 23. What do I see? I can't. You see dust tracks towards the door. Okay, well, you know, what are the nature of the dust tracks? Did they struggle? I say, yeah, roll an investigation check. I rolled a 25. It's like, oh, okay, and they're breadcrumbing information, but for nothing, because they have no intention of actually getting you to the end of the bread trail, you know? You mixed up your words a bit. Oh. The player was missing. The PC was also missing, and you were confused. Because when a player is missing, you just ignore the PC is missing too. Yeah, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. So the session was supposed to just roll on as if the player character was there, just kind of pretend that they're just not there for the session. With the next session, it resumes and they're back, kind of thing. Yeah, I never really quite wrap my head around what you're supposed to do in situations like that. Maybe it's a tip somewhere that somebody has that I haven't discovered, but it doesn't tend to feel good. then the DM incorporate that person being missing into the... Oh, no, don't do that. No, do not do that, because then you're... then it just highlights the awkwardness and makes it even more awkward. I can empathize with the DM, though, because that whole thing is just super awkward. So trying to incorporate it and make it feel better was my natural inclination as well. It just doesn't work, unfortunately. The ads have cometh. Frick you, ads, again. What do we say to the gods? What do we say to the god of ads? Frick you. God of ads, that has yet again blocked your view of perfection. Oh, you're the crazed cultist who has been like waiting for the apocalypse in rags. Yeah. You like yeah. You have like fire magic and everything all given to you by the god of ads. But the destruction is yet to come. Welcome back. When your group has one player that can't make it to a session for whatever reason, you ignore it. I think that works best as well. I did have one player cast the missing PCs spell when we did a big fight. With one less player, they were sick, so at least you got some spells in, but RP-wise, it's just nothing the characters acknowledge. Yeah, I think that's the most painless way of doing it. But I don't know, it feels too weird for me and my play group. So we tend to just rain check until everybody's available. It slows things down substantially. It does. It's not great, but it means that we don't have to work with that awkwardness. Hi Noctua, hi. Welcome. Did that once in Blades in the Dark game. You made it explicit that they'd been kidnapped and the players were supposed to care. Turned out in the end they weren't kidnapped in order to prevent the character from looking silly. But the enemies had faked the kidnapping by taking her on a bender. That's amazing. No, that's so good. That's the best thing ever, actually. Good that you thought of that, though, to make the character not look incompetent. Actually give them a reason for why they were incumbent at the time. Why they were not accounted for. Art tip. Art tips with Bahali's forehead. Believe it or not, when the sun appears in the sky, the source of light is not exclusively where the sun is. Why is that? Well, it's because of the nature of what the sky is. The sky is a volume filled with particles. So what you end up with is you have a primary source of light, which is the sun or the moon in this case. But you also have a secondary source of light, which is the volume itself. Because, notice, on a hot day, when the sun is out and it is casting shadows, why are the shadows not like completely black or whatever? It's because you're getting other light bits coming from other parts of the sky and, you know, other objects around and like off of the ground and stuff. Regardless, secondary sources of light that are interacting with the shadow, so you end up with like a brighter shadow. Therefore, even though the tentacle is blocking the sun, I'm still going to get some of these sky tones in the front here. They'll be darker, more conservative, I guess. But they will still be present because the rest of the sky exists. As well as like the fortress back where the viewer is, like reflecting light off the sky, blah, 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 blah. Other sources of the orange interacting with the front. You thought you slept through? You would have. It's just I started streaming incredibly late today for an afternoon stream. How you going? How's your weekend? You'd seen a DM do the kidnapping trick before without clearing it with someone, and it didn't go over well. That player was a little overprotective of their character, but still lesson learned. Well, it can feel, I don't know, belittling when it's like, okay, my character is an all-powerful adventurer, and they were dragged in a sack by goblins when they were sleeping. It's like, I mean, would my character have fallen for that? No? Okay, well then why is that the case? I get it. Okay, it looks like there's a little hole, which is the thing that creates the suction. Woke up to your wrist hurting. Don't feel like you drew that much yesterday. Unfortunately, that probably means that you ought to give it a break today. But you drew so that your shoulder could rest? Ugh. No, full body cast. Full body cast, you're going to have like your legs and arms and stuff suspended from the ceiling in slings. There'll be a little cutout around the eyes so that people can like have a conversation with you and you can communicate back using blinks and looking at different things. You want to work on the Pride Moth though? Yeah. One day. It's 1 day of rest. One solid day of rest. Then straight back to the Pride Moth. Yeah. It was only a matter of time before my prawning was called into question. That's fair. That's fair. Usually I'd whinge, but that's fair enough. Itchy nose. Pride Moth is a good pun. Did I have thoughts on the winged? It was looking good. Sorry, when you sent that through, I was literally being driven to the airport at the time, so I was didn't have too much time to respond. But yeah, it looks good. It looks good. The Pride Moth, yeah, exactly. And then the prompt is Kaijun, so it works phenomenally well. Something, something, something. I shouldn't be rendering, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm enjoying myself. I am enjoying myself. Hark, and curses be upon thee, if thine word complaineth about mine enjoyment. May Poseidon strike thee down in a bundle of tentacles and splish splashes. Great artists adapt. I will correct you on that, Bob. And give credit. Yeah, correct. Why did I think of Bob as like a little goblin in that moment? No, just here. Keep. If you don't shoplift your food, are you even an artist? True. I'm performing art. Frick you. That art, no month of the year. That art is a kaiju. Yeah, that was a kaiju. Yeah. If I know my months, and I do, boy do I. Kaijin. I can't say that. I can't even claim that. I found out about Kaijun the day before I announced it as, as an art prompt. Poser I am. Da, 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 da. Now here's a question. What does light passing through an octopus look like? Light through octopus.
Show me.
No, not bioluminescence. Frick. It's not what I wanted at all. And the monkey paw curls. Sunlight through octopus. There we go, that's better. Glowing octopus, I know, the thought had occurred to me, but not what we're going for here, not in this case. Excellent, we've got a Shutterstock image that is just absolutely covered head to toe in watermarks. You'll love to see it, but that's fine. We get the info we need. I'm not using the image for display, so I don't feel too bad about that. So it looks like as light is passing through, it's the outermost bit remains dark, and then you've got the more inside bits that are more see-through. Okay. And then you've got a full-on, just like washed out effect on the edge, which I'm trying and struggling with. We persevere. I need to do a better job of just blending it into the sky, I think. Yeah, yep. So I'll have that that membrane look here on the umbrella, but with the actual tentacle itself, just that faded out look at the edge of the light source. Trying to find some references for the rainbow light. It's difficult, right? Because it's not like you're working with a prism in this case, which is where you'd usually find rainbow lighting. Yeah, prisms could help though. Gives you ideas. Yeah, I'm getting there. The joy of blending it out into the sky will be that, let's see, it'll feel like the tentacles more curved than it currently does. Ooh, a drink. I'll partake. Cheers. But yes, if the idea of kaiju tickles your fancy, 10 tickles your fancy, I'll stop. If it tickles your fancy, the actual prompt itself is up on the Discord, and if you post an image for Kaijun this month, you'll get VIP in chat. You'll get a little diamond thing next to your name whenever you chat for the following month. Nothing too fancy. It's just supposed to be like an incentive to do the drawing, you know? Because I sometimes have that problem of struggling to motivate myself to do an art. And I find that prompts like these help immensely. So if you want to partake in the prompt, you can find the details up on the Discord. That's actually what this image is for that drawing prompt. Because I tend to try to do them each month. Currently watching on a baked potato. Audio's pretty mushy. I get it. I get it. How you going, peanut butter? How was your weekend? Get up to much? This is some really cool art. Thank you. It's it'll get there. It'll get there. It's in Struggle Town a little bit, but there usually is a Struggle Town period to begin with. May the 4th. We had that. We did. But that was last month, if my memory serves me correctly. Nothing mischievous, sadly. But you've been really great. Oh, that's good to hear. Good to hear. How about me? Yeah, good. I just took a trip to Tassie over a long weekend to visit some friends that I haven't seen in ages. And it was really fun. Hiked a mountain, went to an art museum, went to a wildlife reserve. Oh, it was really cool. Photos and stuff up on the Discord, but yeah, really enjoyed it. It was a good mental reset as well. No, not Tanzania. Tasmania down in Aussie land. It helped me just kind of because the last month or so has been a little bit rough for me, but stepping away for a little bit helped to put things back into perspective. Yeah, Tasmania, mate. You know where the Tassie Tiger and Tassie Devil are from? Before Looney Tunes frickin' stole them? About the demons and devils. They do. It's tough. But good news on that, actually, is in the next year or so, they've got a vaccine that they're planning on trialing, and they're just waiting on permission to start. They've got all of the infrastructure set up for it, and they're keen to start testing. And it seems to be really like in testing, it's been really successful. Like in lab testing with Tasmanian devil cells, it's been really successful. So they're enthusiastic, which is fantastic news. It's usually followed up by like, but it's it costs $1 bajillion and they'll never do it. But not the case in this particular instance. Never been out of the US before. I mean, Tasmania is technically part of Australia as well. So I suppose I travelled out of state. Yeah, it would be like visiting a different state in the US, I guess. Have a joke about mozzarella, but it's too... Oh my goodness. I'm saddened. No, that's fantastic. I don't know. What's mozzarella with you? There's potential. There's potential there. Thank you for the follow, Peanut Butter. Welcome. It's almost like all detail is washed out and it's just that color. So let me try washing out the suction cup detail. I could just rotate the image, but this is way more fun. We enjoying this? Is this good? Good angle? Okay. Right edge, but all of it washed out, and then it gradiates out. Okay, cool. coming up with Cockney rhyming slang and not explaining it to anyone. I mean, yeah, language can be fun. I mean, why do you think so many people enjoy coming up with like rap and song lyrics? Is that it's creative expression in and of itself. What did the sea say to the beach? Nothing. It just waved. I have a phobia of the sea, actually. You wouldn't expect it. I mean, maybe you'd expect it, actually, given the subject matter, but I struggle hardcore. I have not terrible memories of the ocean, but I mean, not great ones. Is it thalassophobia? I mean, it makes sense. Thalasso is the Greek word for sea, and phobia is, yeah. Oh, crap, I'm doing the meme. Did you know that in Greek comes up with all of the words that comes from Greek for the English? Thalassa is the Greek word for the ocean or sea, and phobia, Greek word for... That's right, fear of ocean. Thalassophobia. You're good. But yeah, I grew up at I lived with my grandma for about a year when I was 7 or something, 7 to 8. And she lived on like a teeny tiny little beach house. And across the way, there were these big sand dunes, and it was prime snake country. You love to see it. You want to see a snake? You go over those dunes. You will find yourself a snake. Best quality snakes in that stretch of area. So that wasn't a fun sort of bit of association. The beach had zero natural shade. Nothing. Absolutely none. Not a tree or large structure of anything anywhere to be seen with your eyeballs, your human eyeball face. And I'm built like a ceramic doll, so I would burn like toast. And the beach was covered in rocks and jellyfish. It was, the good stuff, supreme. Want a sea with nothing that can harm you? Just come to Denmark. Well, that's the thing, right? Australian waters, jellyfish, sharks, octopus that could poke your eyes out and kick you in the shin, crabs. It's just, ugh. Ten's not bad. Dust, ten's not bad. How you going, bud? How you doing? How was your weekend? No, this isn't the punchline. I've been gaslighted. You're exhausted? Oh. But the weekend is where exhaustion goes away. Oh, dearie dear. A good exhausted or fall in a heap exhausted? Ah, the good old eye poketopus, yeah. With 10 tickles. Spent about 15 hours on a train, then you started your night job, you're struggling. Ugh. Do you have an opportunity later this week to just chill? Or are you stuck? Oh, I don't know why. Burp City. Or are you stuck in work mode until next weekend? Baby? Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Lucky if you see a crappie. No. You have to be careful when digging holes at the beach because you could dig up sand crabs. Or If you step out into the water, there are just rego crabs just scuttling around at sort of wading distance, you know, where the water is like knee high or even waist high. There are just crabs just sort of scuttling around having the best time. Living their best crab life. Helping themselves to your little piggies, and to that I say no thank you. Not today. Galveston beaches have jellyfish. They don't have neurotoxins. They're just an annoyance. No, unfortunately we have like the... I mean, we do have like the... the big plastic bag octopus, big plastic bag jellies that that kill you. The Portuguese man-o'-wars, we've got those. But even our regular jellyfish do have like stingers. I mean, not neurotoxins, to be fair, on the regular ones, but still, it hoits. It's like getting stung by bees while you go swimming. Mostly just holding out until the weekend and all your sleep schedule is functioning again. Yeah, okay. Hang in there, bud. You got it. I don't think I can go too bright with the tentacle just because it's not an overwhelming light source like this. It kind of is behind, but not to this same degree where it's like washing out the edge. So I can kind of allude to this effect, but not all the way. Foolish neurotoxinless jellyfish, right, for the consumption. Is jellyfish is it edible? It probably is. I've just never heard of it before. Is it? Because I mean, like what? Pufferfish is. The super toxic one. I'm sure there would be a way of consuming. Box jellyfish sound horrible. Those blue-ringed octopus were, yeah. What isn't venomous in Australia? Nothing. Literally nothing. Seagulls, venomous. Ants, filled to the brim with poison. Frogs, you know it. Kookaburras, oh. Kangaroos actually do have scorpion tails. They're not often depicted. I promise you, though. Art on the left looks sick, especially the sky. Oh, thank you. I usually have a little preview window of whatever I'm working on up there, so you can see what I'm working on, even if I'm up this close. But it's a little bit broken today, so we've instead got a lovely little slideshow of some of my previous stuff. That's only my portraiture stuff. I'm usually a landscape artist, I promise. Finished images. Like, this is usually my work. Okay, so I wasn't lying when I said I had a fear of the ocean. This is my usual shtick. This one. And this one. This is one that I finished relatively recently. But they don't fit up in the frame very well, so they see something dumb looking and floaty, and they go chomp. Sea turtles do find them a delicacy. Yeah, makes you hallucinate Gandhi in front of you. Dust, I've literally had people go, "Wait, is that Gandhi?" to the bounty board. I mean, to be fair, it is. It actually is Gandhi there, but I do love that moment of complete confusion. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. The spiders seem chill. Yeah, no, the spiders are the worst culprits. But then again, that's somebody with arachnophobia, so of course I'm going to say that. The huntsman spiders, the redbacks, funnel webs, they're all little jerks, to be entirely honest with you. That looks awesome. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. This is going to make me sound conceited, so I apologize in advance when my ego inflates to the size of a barge. But that's kind of what I mean when I say like this one's a bit of a mess at the moment and it's in development, is because I've got that as my internal standard, and we'll get there. We will get there. It's just I always tend to depict something slightly different, which means that I need to learn new sets of rules each time, which slows me down to begin with. The Gandhi bounty is not yet claimed. To be fair, I don't think it is actually a bounty because it doesn't have like the wanted dead or alive thing underneath it. I think somebody is just a follower of Gandhi, who's plastered a bit of inspiration there on the bounty board. If you go hunting in the Discord, you will find inspirational Gandhi pit quotes. They exist, I promise. Daddy Longlegs, trapdoor spiders, sun spiders are some of the most chill spiders. Yeah, that's fair. Sun spiders aren't spiders. They're in the family of scorpions. Well, this is true. Like, if you were to keep everything in consideration, per capita, we're probably fine in terms of the abundance of poisonous and venomous and just in general dangerous animals. But it's the fact that we've got like the most dangerous of every type all here. Great white sharks. There's a bush that can kill you, of course. Stonefish, box jellyfish, funnelweb spiders. I can't remember that we've got like tiger snakes. I can't remember that there's a type of snake that's like the worst in terms of aggression that's here as well. And then even in terms of sharks, it's like, oh, well, like the great white doesn't really like to attack people. You know what does? Tiger sharks. Yeah, we've got those. Why? Bullet ants. It just keeps going. Follower Sarish doesn't know which is good. See images of Gandhi on the board. The pit has started to work its way into your mind. So is the implication there, Dust, that there is actually not an image of Gundy on the board? It's all... Oh no. Might be too late for me. But just for those who truly believe, who can see the truth. I can see him. I can see him with my eyes. I'm going to take a break from this tentacle for now and head back to the main body just because I want to. That's it. That's my explanation. Take it or leave it. Pit isn't a deep hole of failure, but a comforting cradle. There to support you in your darkest times. I'd believe it. I'd believe it. Sun spiders are actually in the Solifugae family. Shared by what other species? You will leaf it? I be leaf. Well, I be branch. Immediately over to the tentacle again. Why? Okay, starting with the texture pattern. How do we know that the Kraken isn't friendly? Seeing as there's going to be an upside down soldier there, and it's going to be having broken through the Seafort's wall. I mean, hey, they could have started it. It could be that the Kraken is acting out of self-defense, but as the author of this, I will say that the Kraken attacked first. Let you dig deeper? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Let me know if you find anything. You don't know how to read Kraken eyes? Yeah, no, okay. No, that is fair. Maybe it is lonely. No, that's a good point. That's a good point that I hadn't considered. Maybe it does just want a hug. As unlikely as this potentiality is, it's possible. Could have been doing the I'm not touching you kind of provoke. Oh my, oh no, that would be incredibly frustrating actually. That is a good point. No, that is a good point for Misfire. I hadn't considered that actually. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. What's your problem? I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. That's it. Destroying the fort. over 1,000 species of sun spiders are in the Solifuge family. It's an arachnid, and the maximum speed is 10 miles per hour. Okay, so it is an arachnid. It's just a different species, like subspecies of arachnid. Interesting. 16 kilometers an hour is actual insanity. Excuse me? Are you telling me that I need to hop onto an electric scooter in order to outrun these things? I mean, good to know. I'll have an emergency scooter always charged by the door. They're coming. Get the scooter. Just look down at your desk and you see the glass of water ripple, 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 shatter, and then just a horde of spiders in like full lycra, sweatbands, good solid running shoes, sprinting full belt at you. They only live in the desert. Again, like, yeah, please. I mean, my life depends on this. Currently having the age-old debate of good or sleep. You should good, especially if you want to fix your sleep patterns. It'll be 1 day of pain, Dust. Oh, food or sleep. Okay. Probably still. If it means fixing your sleep, I would stay up. I know, like, all of the pain. I've been there. I have been there recently. But it is worth it. It is worth it. Hot arid climates? Yeah, that's fair. Okay. The scouts will let us know well ahead of time then. Before they make it to the cities. The spider horde. We have come to conquer your cities. Yeah, you and what army? A bajillion shouts of battle cries as teeny tiny little spider limbs raise up into the sky. Ah, frick. They also chase you, but they only want the shade. They can bite, but it's just a pinch, no venom. Little cuties then. If anything, to fix your schedule, you should sleep. Should sleep earlier, but you're not fast enough at work yet for that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Visual of teeny tiny spiders' limbs is hilarious. Hey, Boris. What are they doing? I think they're raising their little legs up in the air in defiance. Oh, Boris, that's bad news. I'll tell the boss. But they're horrifying little crawlers. Yep. In fun and interesting ways every time. can afford to make the eye larger, can I? Yes. Yes, I can. Let's do that then. That's fun. "13's not bad, blood. 13 is not bad. I rolled an 11 earlier today. I'd be very happy with a 13. How you going? How's your weekend?" 70 Australian dollars. That someone is insane enough to have one of those as a pet. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't take up on that bet because I know that I'd lose. If I know Aussies, and I do, a bunch of them have them as pets, without question. Maybe it's too big is maybe not the thing in question. Maybe a little bit. Let's. Oops. I think it was a bit too high as well. Let's think about the angle. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing the problem. I need to obscure this part of the eye a little bit more. Which would mean it would look a bit like this. Just a heads up, by the way. I don't understand myself, but it's a fact that I have to come to accept. It's been almost 3.5 hours. So in about half an hour, I'll be wrapping up for tonight. Just so I don't spring it out of nowhere and you're like, "Oh, but Harley, where you going?" I'll have warned you. A 5. I would be lying if I said a 5 was not bad. It's alright. It's alright. It's comfy in the pit. In the end, the pit comes for us all. Be one with the pit. Actually, yeah, that is a good point. Let me see. Oh, speaking of rolling, check out what I found in Tassie. Boom! I found a dice rolling mat thing that has a cool design on it. Look how freaking awesome that is. How sick is that? Let's play, baby, with a little meeple. Little beeple on it. And it's solid as well. Nice and solid. Yeah, there you go. I was hesitant to get trays like this because the edges would always fray. But this one, it's nice and sealed and well made. Really good quality. But yes, let us roll to see how much full damage you take. It's only a small full, don't worry. It's only a D6. Today, we will be going with a lovely ruby-coloured dice. You got to sleep? Okay, before you go. You only took 4 full damage. There you go. Easy done. Sleep well, bud. It was a pleasure to meet you. Hope you had fun. And I'll catch you around. Can handle my thick dice. Yeah, all my dice is chunky. All my dice is chunky. How do I make it feel like the tentacle is more curved than it currently is? I kind of know the answer to the question, but I don't think I like it. I think it's add more sort of highlight detailed stuff in the middle here and try and fade out the edges. Hefty dice. I mean, they have to be. They have to. The weight in the palm is everything. Absolutely everything. Your dad's helping you out with places to contact to see if you can move forward with making your bachelor project a reality. Ooh, nice. That is very sweet, but that's super exciting. As like sponsors or is it more you're pitching the idea for them to manufacture it? Can help create an actual version, get the right materials and stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay. Would you be looking to like sell the idea to them or hold on to the ownership and then try and get like a method of producing them yourself? Sorry, not to poke around. By all means, tell me to piss off. I'm just curious. Because that's really cool. Like getting an invention produced is a process that I haven't thought about too much, and my brain is like trying to figure out how it works. Like to be part of the process because you want to work more on it and figure out all the kinks. Yep. Hi. Hello, cat. only just started the journey yourself, so also not quite sure. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, thank you for slapping me in the face with your tail. No, I appreciate. Oh, headbutts. Yeah. Yep. Hi, buddy. No, that's fair. That's fair. Is it part of the... Sorry, 20 questions. Is it part of the course to, like, teach you how the process works? Happy to share as if you can... Okay. Excellent. I get to interrogate you as much as I like. What is the secret formula for the Krabby Patty? Teachers are very eager to help, so you do plan to ask them. Some of them might have good tips. No, that's good. That's good. I had, let's just say, not as enthusiastic tutors when I was at uni, and I kind of hated that. But good to hear that you're. It's the same thing in over here. Good to hear that that yours are doing their job. Okay, need to try and get that suction cup shape. How do I do that? I've done it there. How do I do it on the side with the light coming through like that? I can have it so that you see the side of the cup, the cup on this bit here, I imagine. Yeah, okay. So in the same way that the tops of these cups have caught the light of the green coming up like that, I can have this side of the cup. Capture that light. Yeah, that works, that works. Yeah, no stress, no stress. Sorry, don't mind the humming. Hope you don't mind the humming. I've tried to kill it as a habit. I've tried with all my heart and soul, but it just doesn't. I can't quit. It just automatically springs up whenever I'm working. Immediately without fail. It doesn't help that I'm listening to music that I love, but still. Finally landed enough after work to get some sleep. See you another time. Catch your dust. Sleep well, bud. Look after yourself, please. If you can. Reach out for help if you can't. Just need some time to get used to being a nocturnal creature. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Good. Sorry, not good that you're struggling at the moment, but I'm glad that it's not something that you feel isn't untenable. Is untenable. You know what I mean. Words are hard. I'm glad that you're not thinking of it as something that is untenable. We got there eventually. It's tough. It's tough. What can I say? I struggle talking half the time, even when I'm not trying to multitask. That would help actually if I were to set the suction cup deeper into the dish. Yeah, okay. That helps. Okay. In the last 10 minutes or so, I'll share a couple of images and videos of the trip, by the way. There are some elements that I just was not anticipating. For example, did you know that echidna feet are backwards? Like their back feet are backwards? And they drag themselves around. It's fascinating. Okay, back to this master. Oh, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Sorry, not to not to dismiss. I thank you. I appreciate the compliment, but it's got a long way to go. Got a very long way to go. Ooh. Good call. It's been a little bit. Cheers. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Ooh, excuse me. I'll need to add a bit of wateriness to the things and the stuff as well, but that can wait, I think. I think once I've gotten to this point, adding wetness to it is relatively easy. So I'll go through and render everything to a good point first, then we can go ahead. The more I've rendered the tentacle, the more I realize that the purple might not work. The purple might not work. I think it'll have to be akin to this sort of dredged shadow. It doesn't, like, the shadows over here on the left don't need to be. These ones do, because they're under the influence of this tentacle, which is like really cold and wet and dredgy. Yeah, yep. Could make the whole thing purple. Could I? I don't think I could. I'll give it a think, though. I'm by no means going to be hitting the end of render time by the end of stream today, so I'll have plenty of time to think on it. And if anything, I might have like droplets of water drooping around here as well. We'll see. We will see. That's all like finishing flurry stuff. Flourishes. Go orange up the top? Yeah, I think I do, but it has to be darker. Something like that, yeah. Something like that. I can sort that out later. Can have it blend with the sky a little bit more, bleed out the edges. Part of the piece that is like detailed makes the simple things look detailed. Yeah, yep. That's what Noctua has slowly but surely been drilling into me, is going full-blown detail with everything. Leads to it looking... It's its own thing. Like, it's a style you can do, it's just it doesn't feel as dynamic. Because it feels like everything's frozen in time. Whereas if you have moments of intense detail, it feels like all of your panic and attention goes to that one thing. That's not to mean that I won't add more detail to these things, it's just I won't render them to the same degree as its main tentacle. The next thing to figure out will be, how do I make it feel like this is curving? Yeah, okay. I've immediately answered my own question. Don't worry. Don't mind me. Just staggering my way through the process. We're good. Needed the middle to feel a little bit more real. Like that. Real as in fishing reel? No. Okay, maybe. I'll think about it. It's better. Yeah, so if I were to readdress this wall, I would put it... Yes! Yes! Like this. It needs to feel like it's under the influence of that tentacle. I can have the influence die out further down here, but at least immediately under it. Have to. And then I could have a little bit of a clash between the orange and the cyan on the floor there. Yeah, perfect. Glorious. Octopus looks like a ghost now, so it kind of feels like a glowing ghost. Yeah, could do, could be. Especially with the eye the way that it is. I can see it, I can see it. Oh god, there's so much left to do. But, let's see, what have we worked on today? This, 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 and then we also scuffed up the sky a little bit and made it look way better. I mean, if that's not progress, I don't know what is. Yeah, I'm pleased. I am pleased. That eye is pissing me off. I'll sort out what I want to do with the eye. It's not that. I mean, it's like crystal eyeball and it's looking cool, but it's not right. I need it to be correct for what I need. Maybe it's simple. Maybe it's just something like this through the middle, just to give it like a glassy feeling. Something. I mean, even that's improved it, but not where I need it to be. It's okay. We're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it. It'll get there. Complete change of pace. Let's jump over to this tentacle for a second. But not for long, because I do want to show a bit of animal footage. Before I completely run out of time. Got 5 minutes. Frick. That's right. Bit of highlight through there. Then we're going to have glossy bits. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works perfectly. Happy with that. And then I'll need to remember to add in like the scars and the weapons sticking out the side and the wetness. Yeah. Yep. Wetness is relatively easy because it's almost like there's a layer of... God, I was about to describe what wetness is in a very roundabout way. It's a layer of water on top. Therefore, you create like a sheen. Yeah, a gloss over the top of things like this. It's relatively easy to do. It's just going through and doing it. It's just good highlights and dark shades. Exactly. Exactamundo. Okay, I'm officially running out of time in the stream, so therefore, animal time. So, we went to a wildlife reserve while we were in Tassie, and whilst we were there, we saw all sorts of really cool stuff. For example, we saw a shiny. We saw a shiny Pokemon. So these are known as yellow-tailed black cockatoos, right? And they had there one named Tweety, who was an albino yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Yeah, it's really cool. Not only is it really cool, it's the only known albino yellow-tailed black cockatoo in existence, which is just like the coolest thing ever. Are you kidding? They also had a baby wombat, which is just the cutest thing of all time. They're so bumbly, it's actually incredible. It would waddle around everywhere, but then they can actually sprint as well. They could sprint. It did zoomies around the outside of the enclosure. It was amazing, like around the inside circle. Usually not survive in the wild due to being easy to spot and hunt. Yeah, yep. And then obviously have to show off the little Tasmania devils. So cute. The enclosure was massive, by the way. I'm showing one teeny tiny corner of it. It was like 16 times the size of what I'm showing on the screen. It's just, this was the little corner that it decided to hang out in. They're actually tiny, by the way. They're little shoebox-sized things. But they're called Tasmanian devils because of the sound that they'd make. Because they're nocturnal. They'd hunt at night. Like some of the first settlers in Australia would just hear like hissing and barking and howling and like almost like alligator noises. And then because of like the shape of their ears and with like campfire light passing through them, they'd look like little devil horns. So that it's the devil. Incredible. And then of course, I have to show you guys this. We'll mute the volume if I can. There we go. Little echidnas. Actually amazing. The waddle. That their names were Tamagotchi and Luigi because of freaking course they were. It's ridiculous. Denmark was gifted some devils from Australia because your now king is married to Mary, who's from Australia. Oh, really? If no can pet, why pet shape? Yeah, yep. Had some kookaburras. They're huge, by the way. I would know because one attacked my window for like 6 months straight. They're huge. They're like the size of a mug and a half, I suppose, is the only unit of measurement that I can use. And then, of course, got some kangas, and we got to feed them. They were so chill. They were just lounging. Look, it doesn't get any more chill than some kangaroos just having a lounge on the ground. And then let's see if I can... Oh, there we go. They're actually ridiculous creatures. They use their tail as like a third foot. So as it's clawing its way over there, it's using its tail as a little stool. It sits on its tail and then scoots forward with its two back legs. It's very weird. Yes, so those are all the animals. Those are all the animals I can share. But if you have a look at the Discord, oh crap ads, frick! And that been going for a minute. I'll show the kangaroos again in a second. My bad. It keeps its feet as it hops. You'd have to imagine they're a little further apart. Yeah, I guess. I suppose it helps with like the... Yeah, I'm not sure why. It gives... It conserves more energy, maybe? Because it's not distributing it over a larger space. I don't know. I don't know what it would be. You're immune? Good to hear. Good to hear. Quickly, sorry, for anybody who missed the kangaroos because of the ads. As I was saying, they use their tails as a third foot to scoot around. So when they're feeling lazy, as it's crawling forward like this, it's using its tail as as like it flattens out its tail on the ground and scoots forward using its back feet. It's really weird to see. But yes, those are all the animals that I can share. Animal time has come to an end, and so has stream, unfortunately. With those ads especially, that heralds the heralds closing time. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. Yeah, sorry, bud. Sorry, I'll be live again tomorrow if that helps. It'll be a later stream tomorrow, so starting around this time, maybe a little bit earlier. Oh, it's Sean. Let's head over Sean's way. But yeah, it was a joy to meet you. Now look at my look at Moth. I promise. Yeah, likewise. I'm glad that you had the time. Glad that the time lined up. I mean, yeah, I started streaming late, but silver linings. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. The Hearthside Art and Craft Saturday is coming up this weekend, so look for the announcement of that across the next couple of days. There'll be a session in the morning and a session in the evening, so hopefully it works out time-wise for people. Otherwise, regular streams, at least for the next few weeks, so huzzah, no more interruptions. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. I'll catch you around. Bye, everybody.